meaningfully. So if you can look on those levels, one being the imaging level to the fourth one being the extending level, which is the highest level, where learners need to learn high order skills and able to engage with reading activities at high order levels. So from the imaging level, we have a lot of learners at that level. But as the graph goes up in each province, you can see that very few learners are able to read with understanding and using that table as an example. And that has been drawn from the South African school evaluation, which was conducted in 2020. Looking at teaching as well, teacher participation, you can also tell that as much as there are programs that support teaching in the schooling system, there's still a challenge in terms of the enhancement of the pedagogical content levels in terms of teaching in the schooling system. And that's one area which we should continue to address from time to time. So looking at these challenges, the NECT together with DBE initiated a program to support the system itself that will better give more support at district level, because that's where circuits are and that's where schools are. And in schools are learners. And that's where we need to give more support because the people that must give us the outcomes envisaged are the learners. So you can train Bailey at this level, but if Bailey doesn't teach effectively in the classroom, forget about learners achieving the results that we want to achieve. So we started this journey in 2024. Because of time, I'm not going to go step by step. Started in 24, we zoomed into districts. We, through the NECT management, technical advisors were appointed. These are people who are highly skilled in reading, who work closely with the DBE at national level and the districts to ensure that we have sound reading improvement plans at district level, and also encourage schools to have plans that are aligned to the national literacy and reading strategy. Because where we're falling short most of the time is that we have these policies, but in terms of translating them to programs that work, there is a problem. So we thought, let's zoom into districts, come up with a way in which we can deepen support at that level so that the teaching of reading could improve. This is a journey which culminated to support in 47 districts in 6 provinces, except for the Western Cape, Free State, and Gauteng. So it was a test that if we zoom into the 6 districts, can't we have some significant results achieved at that level? And this is work we have not been doing alone, but we have done with the support of DBE, Ms. Modiba's team at DBE level curriculum. But we had also realized a gap here that we need to engage other reading directorates as well. So teacher development was involved, and at some point, Dr. Taylor's unit was involved, because we have also noticed that if we don't measure the work that we do, we'll not be able to see impact. So the slide I'm showing speaks to the districts that we worked with in developing sound district reading improvement plans. These are plans that were quality assured with the support of our technical assistants, and they were translated into programs which this year, 2025, we want to try at all costs that we translate those activities into implementable activities that will yield results. So this is what the DBE action plan says in terms of the increase of learners who should master a minimum language in numeracy skills from grade 3 up till grade 9. So we looked into this plan, and agreed with provinces that if DBE sets a plan, it shouldn't just stay as a plan, but it should be a plan that will be translated into activities. And we are keen on policy, because as much as it spells, there's also the National Reading and Literacy Strategy. And the literacy strategy speaks to the pillars that you see on the slide. So that is core in terms of what the strategy says. And added to that is the engagement of partners, which are NGOs that support reading at that level. So we thought the district reading improvement plans need to be pocketed into various sections, which should speak to the district itself, because as much as we have a policy, the dynamics of each district differ, and the context in which the districts find themselves differ because of the learners that we have and the economic status of that district, which somehow prohibit the achievement of the outcomes intended. That every plan need to look at those aspects. So because of time, I won't entertain like every aspect of the plan. But the key thing here is that in a district plan, we need to have a theory of change. Theory of change meaning, what is it that could be done by a district to be able to realize the intended outcomes for reading to improve? So we're looking at aspects such as teacher development, that if we develop teachers effectively, and if there's enough reading resources, and if the assessments speak to what teachers are teaching in the classroom, and then we will have reading improving at that level. So that still is part of the district reading improvement plan. So Chair, still have 2 minutes. So yeah, look, that's upset my timer. So so all that we should do as a system, as I'm concluding in the 2 minutes 20 seconds that I have, that for teaching and reading, I mean for teaching and learning to improve in our system, we need to come up with better way of bridging theory and practice. We have the literacy and reading improvement strategy. The mistake we had in the past is that we're not coming up with good programs that will speak to the policy itself. And that's where our skeptics will get us wrong, that you have a policy which is not translated into meaningful use. So that's what we are addressing. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bailey. You will be a resource person when we talk about teacher training models and strengthening the gains. Okay, Pavel, you're going to do the maths improvement. Speakers are looking at me anxiously. Are we willing to cut our lunch by 15 minutes? So we'll finish the presentations at 1:45, not 1:30. Okay.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and apologies for the technical hitch. The presentation is not there. I'm going to do the maths improvement plan, all right? But I'm basically, because of time, and Madam Chair, as soon as you can say 10 minutes, just say 10 minutes, I'll stop, right? Purely because we will have a conversation around some of the stuff later on. So a lot of the things I want to say, I'm retired to say right up front in terms of strengthening foundational learning. And when we talk about maths improvement plan, we can talk about a whole lot of different stuff. And yesterday, I think it was Dr. Taylor who spoke about implementation modalities and how these things need to fit, and these are all moving parts, right? But we can look at all of those things, and they all play a part, as well as classroom realities, right? So we understand all those contextual issues. I want to really just focus on the three important words: mathematics, improvement, and program, right? Because whenever we have a mathematics crisis conversation, we talk about all the other modalities and not about maths itself. And so part of what I want to highlight is currently what we're doing in terms of the NECT together with DBE and together with JICA in terms of the maths improvement plan. And I want you to note that we're not talking about improvement in the way we've been doing it over the last 20-odd years, right? Because we find in districts, we find in schools, we find in provinces there's a mathematics plan. Every year there's a mathematics plan. But then why are we still in crisis, right? Because when we talk about improvement, we only talk about improvement by improving the stuff we're currently doing. And if that's not working, we're doing more of the same, and we're getting exactly the same results. So we're going to talk a little bit, and I want to share some of that with you. When we talk about improvement, it's actually a turnaround approach to improving the mathematics, and that's a program that I want to focus on. The work that we're doing is anchored in Bruno's CPA, that's the concrete, pictorial, and abstract theory. And that encompasses the mastery of foundational skills and problem solving. Note, it's not just foundational skills, but it's problem solving. And so a lot of the work that we have done since 2024 into 2025, as Bailey has already indicated, we're already training our district officials, because implementation excellence starts with our districts. And if you check the theory of change, it's about capacitation of our district officials, who through our cascade model will then go and train the HODs, the heads of departments, and they in turn will work with teachers. So we know there are issues with the cascade model, but that's a model that we are kind of working on and trying to make sure it's effective, and it's going to be an efficient way of getting the system to change. We are driven by a week's set of workshops. So we had the foundation phase. We're starting our foundational learning in the foundational phase, as well as thinking of the grade R as well, all right? And what does that look like? And this year we'll start with InterCen, but we'll do a module 2 for foundation phase in term 1. And that's capacitating the majority of our mathematics subject advisors. We're also looking at capacitating circuit managers to support the monitoring and the kind of the evaluation of how effective our strategies have been. So that's kind of in a nutshell. So one of the biggest gains I think we've made in terms of the maths improvement program is the capacitation of our district officials. You could see in the workshops, shifting our district officials just to a problem-solving mode of thinking. It was a stretch, and sometimes it looked like it may be a stretch too far, but once we did that, you could see how they responded, and all we're doing, we're asking them to include it in their particular workshops. So I want to reflect just very quickly on some of the things that underpin the work of the maths improvement program. We start with those blue books that we talk about, right? And those books are very functional. Somebody said yesterday that there are rich texts in these books that's really useful for our learners. But what we're doing in reviewing some of the activities is to get a coherency, a cognitive coherency across some of the activities. And we're asking questions. For example, what you're seeing there is in the grade R book. And the first maths problem is around candles, given their age. All right? And the question is, what's the purpose of it? What's the growth involved? And how do we build on that? So we deal with deep questions. And so the review of the blue books is currently taking place, and it's going to have a much better coherency and efficiency issue linked to that. So I think that's a key thing because it came up in some of the conversations yesterday. Secondly, if you look at page 20, right at the top there, you see 20. In the grade 1 book, the first time we deal with number lines is on page 20. Yet number lines could already be introduced much earlier. It's a key mechanism for understanding mathematics, right? And somehow we've lost the number lines. The blue books, interestingly, has all these number lines right at the bottom of it. So there's an identification, but not an application aspect to that. So we're trying to address that. And I wanted to say more here, but there's a mathematics set of questions that we can ask, but we won't do that now. But imagine you have the cake, right? And you have the candles. And you can start linking this, not to a number line, but to an age line as you chat orally to our students. You can already start placing one more candle, where does that fit in? And so just by rethinking and changing some of the thinking behind the activities and the questioning, we can actually get a much better result. And so the blue books play a big part in the improvement plan. Key words that start coming up, if you just look at that, there's younger, older, same age, more than, less than, bigger than, bigger to the right, smaller to the left, etc. Theoretical overview, we looked at a whole lot of theories, but we focused on the one that's really about learning. Learning without teaching, we know, is a complete waste of time, right? So what must teaching be? Teaching must always be the facilitation of learning, and that's the essence of the work that we're doing in our training with our subject advisors, and obviously into the HODs and into our teachers. And we feel that if we focus more on how the kids are learning, then we will get better results. So I just highlighted that there. And out of that, we looked at Skemp's relational understanding, which talks to conceptual understanding, and we looked at Bruner's. Bruner's theory and his research is being used in a lot of other countries with great success. And so we introduced Bruner CPA as the approach to changing the mathematical practice, and here we focus on changing the pedagogical identity of our teachers, and in that way you'll change the pedagogical approach in the classes. It doesn't always work the other way around. You've got to get strong buy-in in terms of that change, and we found one of the gains is that our teachers, especially in the foundation phase, and we move into InterCen, is really buying into the idea of concrete pictorial abstract because they can see the value of what we're doing and how it gets implemented in the classroom. Above that, we're not doing anything new. We have the CAPS document. By the way, we only have one curriculum, and that is the CAPS. And we have a derivative of that, which is the ATP. All right? And what we've been focusing over the past years is curriculum coverage. One of the big problems, because we don't look at what learning coverage is done, we just look at the teaching side of that. But when we did the connecting of our theory with CAPS, you can see that in terms of the specific aims, it is absolutely vital that we look at the confidence and competence in maths. Maths is a creative part of human activity. We spoke about that yesterday. We spoke about our kids being creative, innovative. We've got to look at that. It's not just about doing 5 plus 4. How do we get our kids to be creative, innovative as part of foundational growth? So there's connecting the theory with the specific aims and then these specific skills. Notice, develop the correct use of language of mathematics. That's there. So the 3 pillars that underpin the maths improvement program is 1, the content and pedagogy of maths. We always talk about that. We've got to improve the knowledge of our teachers and in so doing improve classroom practice. So content and pedagogy is something we've always spoken about, but that's only a third of our problem. The second third of our problem is about conceptual understanding, but from a language perspective. So I'm really excited to see the issues of language and literacy and the role it plays in improving mathematics. Improving mathematics from the language perspective is key, both in terms of communication and the instruction part, but also the language of mathematics itself. And this fits into the CAPS curriculum. It's all there. Look at this green part at the bottom. Learn to pose and solve problems. We've just ignored that, and we need to bring that with so that we can improve our overall results at the top end of our learners. All right, we know about the data. I'm not going to talk about that. One of the key things, and this is what I want to highlight, and I could maybe just end here. I'm not sure of the time, much time. All right. So this is basically a mathematics conversation, and I want to say something about mathematics teaching and learning framework. That is about the how. It's not a new curriculum. It's not a new curriculum, guys. People talk about the framework being, it's not a curriculum. The how is, how do we teach the content better? And the framework tells us that. And that is the framework. In our sessions with subject advisors, sadly, very few of them actually knew about them. So taking them through that has changed their own thinking. And so the key driver behind the Maths Improvement Program is shifting the pedagogical identity of our teachers through the Bruner's CPA theory by also focusing on problem solving, dealing with a language perspective, and then applying a skills mastery approach. Our kids must be able to add not only in symbol form, but in worded form and also in visual form. Thank you.
Thanks, Covell. We're going to switch around the presentations because I know Mpumi's got a time constraint, so you'll do your presentation next.
Oh no. Who wants her password? There's only one more. Okay, no, I'll flight it for you that side.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. As Gail has already said, I'll be speaking about coordination and delivery mechanisms. This is a presentation with input from the curriculum team, and Maureen and Mboni will be here afterwards to be the resource people, and they'll be able to answer all the questions that we speak about. So I am going to focus on core aspects I think we need if we want to coordinate and deliver well as a sector. The focus will be both about internal DBE coordination and its implications for provinces, districts, and other partners. The first aspect, which you can't see, slides and, okay, there we go. The first aspect is about understanding our mandate. And there is an international mandate that South Africa has opted to participate in. On the left is the Agenda 2063. This is the African Union's version of what we want to accomplish as a continent. And on the right are the Sustainable Development Goals that are led by the United Nations. And here again, South Africa is part of the UN and a country that reports on these mechanisms. They articulate what the education mandate is, but not just the education mandate. They speak to the mandate of how education relates to other aspects in the sector. The slides are gone. Technical team. No slides. The next is focusing on our national aspect. South Africa has chosen to have a national development plan from 2012, and this is our own vision of what we want to achieve as a country. It states what the education mandate is, but we know education is not, while it has good and benefit in and of itself, it's not intended to be delivered in isolation. It has implications for the economy and other aspects. And so understanding that through the NDP, which is not just a focused, education-focused mandate, is important. Then moving on to the next slide, I'll just describe the slides. The next slide focuses on the plans and reports we have in our sector. They start as early as 2012 in terms of the action plan, that is the DBE's own plan being developed and updated every 5 years, to the latest version of the action plan, which is to 2019, knowing that 2030 is our big delivery date. And then if you think about how all of these aspects go together, our national development plan should be what informs our 5-year plan, so the medium-term strategic framework as it was called before, and now I think the medium-term delivery plan. Still no slides. But then that should then inform what we have in our annual plans and our indicators that we choose to track. While those are the core aspects, they should be influenced by external evaluations, independent analysis, and periodic research reports, so that the plans themselves are refined and are not fixed, even though they have a long timeline. Then we know that we exist within a political system as well, and every administration and every government that comes in has their own set of priorities. In this administration, there are 5 priorities that have been identified. The first is ECD, the second is literacy and numeracy across all phases. We also have inclusive education as a priority. training of teachers, as well as enabling schooling environment. So that is all the things that inform what we should have if we want to understand and establish what a shared mandate is for us. The second area we should be thinking about is a shared understanding of the context we are living in. The education context in terms of schooling, grade R to 12, is more familiar to us. We know we're working across 24,800 schools and 75 districts. We know the educators we have and which of them are part of the public or independent system. If we're going to be designing literacy interventions, this is important. Unlike in other contexts where private schools might be the majority, we know in our context, public schools are the majority. And so if we want to shape and influence what happens in the sector, our big emphasis and funds should be allocated then to the public sector. A newer context that we need to spend time understanding is the ECD context. The ECD space is even larger than what we have in the basic education system. So if we want to coordinate well across the sector, we need to understand those systems, and specifically here, how those structures and contexts differ. So while in schooling, the mechanism is delivering through teachers that we pay directly with a lot of control as government, because 90% of schools are public. In the ECD space, this is different. The practitioners are not teachers, they're not being paid by the state, and so the delivery mechanisms that we've been using in the basic education aspect might not be fit for purpose when we turn to ECD, and we need to consider that. We also need to think about our multilingual context, thinking through what would work in specific languages and not in a blanket approach. And we know that even amongst African languages, they themselves are different, and we know they are all being implemented in grade 1, 2, and 3. So if we want to do literacy interventions that make a difference, we need to think about those language contexts in our country. Then we need to develop a culture of research, monitoring, evaluation, and learning, not thinking about research or evaluation at the end of programs, but all of these circles show where research, monitoring, and evaluation can happen. You need them when you're designing programs. What are we doing? Why are we doing it this way? Where's the evidence for that? You need them as you're implementing, so you can track what's happening and learn quickly and change quickly if things are not working. You then need to evaluate programs and whether they are delivering what they were intended to deliver. You apply the same principles when you're monitoring the sector. Are we going where we want to go over longer time horizons? And then you should be using all of that information to inform policies and plans, and then back to program design. A further aspect is having shared partnerships, ensuring that our partnerships are strategic and meaningful, not just symbolic. This is within the sector as a concurrent function between DBE and provinces, but also with the private sector, with funders, with trade unions, and everyone else who is participating in the sector. And the last category we need to work together on is making sure that our coordination is effective. There's a need to agree on strategic areas of alignment. We don't have to align on everything, but we need to agree on minimums that we need to align on. There is a need for frequent convening. Our education space is dynamic, and so making sure that convenings are not once every 5 years or once a year even is important. And we need to make sure these coordinating efforts are meaningful and leading to action, so that we're not just having conversation, but we have action steps that we can track. I'm going to talk us through a quick application of this in the literacy space. So what are the plans that are effective or needed in the literacy space? Aside from the plans which you didn't see but I mentioned, the literacy strategy and plan that we agreed on is a core document that we should all understand and see ourselves in. That plan doesn't exist in isolation. It's about implementing CAPS, so we need to understand what the curriculum expectations are. A third part there is the ATP, which is a further expression of CAPS. What is the ATP telling us? And then aligned to that is the LTSM catalog. I've done a screenshot there at the bottom, because those aspects all work together. What's missing from this slide is making sure that whatever frameworks teachers are operating in also feature here, because teachers are the vehicle we deliver with in the basic education space. Following that, work was done to see what directorates are implicated from these plans, and we identified specific directorates within the DBE, but not just identified directorates, came up with specific ways they are implicated. And so there is the teacher development, reading and library aspects, and part of the coordination there is making sure that the work done there aligns and is a cross-cutting feature. When we think about the LTSM that I mentioned already, it's making sure that the textbooks, the readers, the big books we are speaking about are guided, are cataloged, are quality assured, and we all agree on a minimum set of resources that need to make it into classrooms. And there are similar implications for national assessments, whole school evaluation and EMIS, which I'll skip through, ICT, and the research aspect. A further application has been identifying areas of duplication and collaboration. I think a core part here is that even though we may be operating in the same space, it doesn't automatically mean that it is duplication. You can do meaningful role clarification and see areas of overlap and areas where roles and responsibilities can be defined. One aspect here is the curriculum strengthening exercise that's happening. It's being led across the department and means that we need to have a shared understanding of the process and then how we all feature in that process. And I think a core part, the last two bullets here are around making sure that when we are mediating and training provinces, there is collaboration and consensus on what this will look like across the DBE, and that we make sure that in the training we deliver to teachers, we are coordinated and not over-training teachers or under-training them because we're working across silos. A further mechanism that we've identified is how to integrate and report together. There is a suggestion about establishing a DBE literacy steering committee, which is an internal body that coordinates all the directorates that are working across literacy, meeting frequently to make sure that there's no duplication, we're aligning calendars, and we're mapping where each unit is working. The second is developing a national framework that sets common definitions and targets for literacy, and we all have consensus internally about how we're going to measure that, and that we have minimums in terms of the data we are going to collect for monitoring and learning. Almost at the end, we also want to have integrated partnerships and donor coordination, and ideas there are about establishing a partners forum or critical friends in literacy. We think Float is one example of this. This is where several donors have combined amongst themselves to make sure that money is well spent, but also that there's no duplication. We think that's a model we can learn from. And it can also mean that we target support to districts that need it the most, and that is done collaboratively. We want to improve our communication to provinces, so issuing joint circulars across all the people that are working in literacy so we stay informed in terms of what is being said to provinces. We want to work on strengthening implementation structures. Bailey has already spoken to district level planning for literacy. We want to leverage that and make sure that district improvement plans actually feature literacy as one of the core aspects. And then finally, we want to work on data, making sure that data within the department is analyzed and shared so that we're tracking learner performance and we are sharing what we are collecting from different tools within the system. So in conclusion, we think that successful collaboration, coordination, and delivery needs shared mandates, shared structures, and an understanding of the context, a shared appreciation and understanding of the role of research monitoring and evaluation. We need to coordinate and guide partnerships, and that coordination and collaboration should be ongoing. Thanks, Chair.
11. What's this one? The first one? Yeah, this one. Oh, do you need a slide changer?
Good afternoon, colleagues. So just quickly in terms of the content of my presentation, is obviously looking at how to deepen the focus on early childhood development in terms of literacy, numeracy, as well as the foundation for resilience, as well as long-term improvement. So in terms of the input presentation, what one is then aiming to respond to is in terms of how assessment data is then being used to drive planning as well as accountability, but also looking at what the capacity building and system enhancements would then require for data-driven decision-making at all levels of the system. Quickly, in terms of using assessment data to drive planning and accountability, they were looking at data that from school-based, in terms of local, regional, but also in terms of international assessment studies, show that learners, and those learners particularly from quintile 1 to 3 schools, perform poorly in terms of literacy as well as numeracy. The fact that learners are then struggling with reading for understanding, as well as this then leads to overall poor learning outcomes in terms of the content subjects itself. So there's a link between the performance in terms of reading for understanding as well in terms of your numeracy. So obviously the first 5 to 6 years of a child's life is very critical towards laying a solid foundation in terms of foundational learning, in terms of the literacies of reading, writing, as well as numeracy, because these early years then shape a child's future. Just quickly in terms of the assessment data and the type of data and instruments that we have available in the system, in terms of ECD, you have your Thrive by 5, where we're looking at emergent literacy as well as numeracy. School-based, you have your early grade reading assessment in terms of your EGRA, you've got your early grade reading program, you've got your early grade reading study. Then in terms of local assessment data that is available in the system, there you have your ELNA in terms of your early learning national assessment, you have your FUNS in terms of that specific study, and Mpumi was one of the people that have led in terms of that one, but you also have your South African systemic evaluation, but also data that informs us in terms of that report that comes through, a report that is then furnished to us by the reading panel. In terms of our regional studies, the data that's available there is in terms of your SECMEC, and internationally the data that is available there is in terms of your PEARLS and also in terms of your TIMS. Just quickly in terms of the Thrive by 5 index, obviously we note that there's certain key competencies that our learners are supposed to be having by the time that they reach the age of 4 to 5 years. And obviously in terms of that study, it was conducted over a period of 3 years, where it then measures how these learners are then developing. There are certain elements in terms of that one, in terms of the support settings that learners are experiencing at home, in terms of those support for learning programs, so that in terms of community, children can then be set up for a long life path in terms of health, learning, but also in terms of their emotional well-being. So obviously South Africa then has then lacked that reliable national data as to whether these young children are getting the support that they actually need. So the Thrive by 5 index then fills in terms of this gap when it comes to early learning, when it comes to physical growth, but also in terms of their social as well as emotional functioning. Just quickly in terms of what the data is telling us in terms of the early learning landscape in South Africa, I think Mpumi has spoken to that, has touched on it a little bit, but in terms of the landscape is that we've got 1.2 million of our 4-year-olds in South Africa. Out of them, 68% of them live in poverty. So 68% is quite a huge percentage. Then most of our early learning programs in South Africa are delivered by private individuals and non-profit organizations. So therefore then in 2024, approximately 60% of our 4-year-olds were enrolled in early learning programs. I think somewhere the minister as well as the GG spoke about this one in terms of these learners not being sent to school to go and sleep, but that there's actually a structured learning program for them. And approximately 10% of them were in school, but this big number in terms of less of them were outside of any, 30% of them were outside of any formal learning program. So then that then makes the case in terms of the Thrive by 5. But if you then look at the South African National Development Plan, that then commits to providing 2 years of quality preschool education for every child in South Africa by 2030. And when you look at it in terms of the blueprint, in terms of the Panapile, it is then the implementation guide that then supports this mandate towards a collective action towards realizing the goals in terms of early learning when it comes to the South African rationale. This is just data, colleagues, that has been flagged. So it's basically what the colleagues before me has presented, but this is just in graph form. So you would see in terms of the issue ELNA data, in terms of the 2022-2023 ELNA that was then conducted, and you would then see all the oranges and the greens. You can see in terms of that, it's then speaking to evolving as well as enhancing, but then you can also see that the more you move to the blue part of the graph, that the lesser the numbers are coming. But obviously that is then different from one province to the other. This is then the South African Systemic Evaluation data. This was conducted then in 2022. So this just speaks in terms of the percentage of grade 3 learners that are functioning at each numeracy performance level by language of learning and teaching. You know, the LOLT as well as your LOLTA. Next one obviously is then speaking in terms of the comparison between the different languages. I'm not going to get into detail because of the time constraint that one is having. There's your PEARLS data. So you would know that in terms of PEARLS, that we're supposed to be reaching a minimum benchmark of 500 score points. And where we are sitting in terms of a country, we are far below that. Because remember, all the contributions from each one of the provinces are then making up as to whether we are reaching our benchmark or not in terms of international studies. So there's the data then per language, and that is the grade 4 data. We know that in terms of the last polls that was conducted was in 2021. The results was obviously released in 2023, and that we are now preparing for the next polls to be written. So that is what the data then look like. So obviously in terms of when you go and you present or you want to prepare yourself in terms of improving how learners are faring in terms of their reading for meaning levels, but also in terms of their literacy levels and also how they do in terms of numeracy, you would then have to go and look at the languages and how it's performing. Remember, these languages are not in all the provinces prevalent, but it's languages, it's like in Gauteng, for argument's sake, we've got all the languages. But in other provinces, you've got maybe 2 or 3 of these languages, so obviously you would then have to align yourself in terms of that data. That is just also just in terms of the difference in terms of how we fared in terms of when learners are entering the phase, in terms of the intermediate phase, you can see they're sitting at a low base, but they seem to pick up when they get to grade 6, which means that we need to focus then in terms of what's happening in terms of that transition grade when learners are transitioning between grade 3 as well as grade 4. This one is just quickly in terms of the TIMS results. I'm not going to speak to that. Those are just your international science scores in terms of what is happening in the primary school. You can see where we are sitting as South Africa. Then in terms of the trends between 2015, 2019, and 2023, in terms of the grade 5 maths results, we have dropped there with 12 points, which means that there's a lot that we have to put, in terms of improving on that. This is your SECMEC data. I'm also not going to get into details, but just maybe to mention in terms of your SECMEC, that year there was a drop between SECMEC 4 as well as SECMEC 5, and you can then see that there was a drop of 27 points, which is quite huge. This is just the data then quickly in terms of also your SECMEC. Remember, there's also an element of reading that is tested in this specific study, as well as mathematics. But what is important to look at here is in terms of how learners are performing in terms of the reading mean and how our teachers are performing in terms of the reading mean. And I think when we look at the two, actually when you compare the 4 columns itself in terms of reading and in terms of mathematics, it's quite kind of pleasing that our teachers know more than our learners, because if it was the other way around, it was really going to be worrisome. So just quickly in terms of the focus on improving the learner performance in the languages when it comes to the foundation phase, there are obviously activities that the DB is driving in terms of improving the quality of education. And there we are looking at the foundation phase languages ATPs. We will be looking at the ATP mediation documents, also the teacher capacity building workshops, but also the implementation of the national reading strategy. So just quickly in terms of this one, it focuses then in terms of the languages quality improvement program, the strengthening of full literacy delivery chain to the following core activities. Number one, there is now in the process the finalization, the versioning, but also the quality assurance of these language ATPs. And there is a process that's going to take place in the next 2 weeks. Then we also have the development and obviously the dissemination of mediation documents. Because remember, we need to make sure that whatever we do translate then in terms of the curriculum requirements into practical classroom guidance on phonics, vocabulary, but it's also leading in terms of the reading comprehension as well as writing. The teacher capacity building workshops obviously is in targeted districts. It focuses on the in-house developed teacher guides. So which means these teacher guides are teacher guides that was developed by either our provincial heads in collaboration with the national heads, but also drawing in some of our teachers as well as our subject advisors. And these resources then focus on the methodology. Somebody has said earlier on that in terms of CAPS, it's telling you what you need to do, but it doesn't necessarily tell you how you're supposed to be doing that. Then we're also looking at the monitoring, obviously, implementation of the national reading strategy, so that therefore we are then we're able to position our reading as the central pedagogical driver across grades as well as across subjects. Now, how do we strengthen then this foundation phase literacy value chain? We then look at a sustainable improvement in literacy outcomes. So it's a multi-tiered approach in terms of making sure that we develop models for scaling up of evidence-based structured literacy programs like your early grade reading program. That we also make sure that we provide our schools and our educators as well as our learners with a minimum resource package that is cost effective, like your library boxes, your classroom library boxes model. We are also looking at engagement with higher education institutions so that they then make sure that in terms of the initial teacher training, that there's a compulsory module in terms of reading literacy, especially in terms of handwriting, differentiated instruction, but also multi-grade classrooms, collaborative classrooms, language across the curriculum, and so forth. So this would then be one of the non-negotiables in terms of our collaboration with higher education institutions. But also to monitor then the implementation, like we said, in the priority districts so that we are able to then track progress. And then this approach then will then assist the system to then move beyond isolated interventions towards a resilient and evidence-based system that builds strong foundational literacy skills in the early grades. So these are the key interventions. I'm not going to read through each and every one of them. The one that I want to highlight is this process in terms of curriculum strengthening inputs, that we all need to participate in this one in terms of making sure that we provide relevant feedback when it comes to this one. Right, these are the guides that have been developed. Those are your reading benchmarks. I'm sure all of us are familiar with this one. There's just a summary of the reading benchmarks. And then we are looking at the DBE plans to use reading benchmarks. So those are the plans. So you would have the various layers in terms of national and provincial administration. You have what is supposed to be happening at district as well as school level, but also what is supposed to happen in the classroom. This is just the EGRA tool. Then this is a specific instrument and a tool. But in the interest of time, oh, you can't see. All right. No, it's fine, colleagues. So there, the EGRA assessment components and the text chair is in terms of letter sounds knowledge, the word recognition, words correctly read per minute, listening as well as reading comprehension. The ATP strengthening process is then obviously looking at assessment data that informs the development of the annual teaching plans in terms of foundation phase ATPs that's been developed in English, obviously then to be versioned into all the other official languages, including your SA sign language, and that it would then be adapted to reflect cultural as well as linguistic diversity. So in conclusion, Chair, is that the using of data to inform decisions therefore, colleagues, become crucial as it replaces guesswork with facts. It leads to a more accurate, objective, as well as confident choices, which then would be able to boost efficiency, identify growth opportunities, minimizes risks, and tailor strategies as we strive to understand performance in real time, moving towards intuition, from beyond intuition to evidence-based action, because we are then saying that you cannot teach colleagues today the same way that you did yesterday and prepare students for a future of tomorrow, because every student deserves a great teacher, not by chance, but by design. I thank you.
Thank you, Celine. So those were 4 presentations as the input into the group discussions. And when we come back, we're really going to get into the heart of our discussions. Just an announcement. Lunch is at Clover's Green. And then for the DBE admin team, lunch is at Serengeti. If we can try and be back here by 2:30, and we'll mark the register again when you come back. I just want to check if there's going to be transport back for us. And do we know if the lunchroom is open from this side? Sorry? Yeah. Because I don't see any transport outside for us. Oh, the shortcuts appear to be closed. Were they open earlier on? So I think we're going to follow you then. If you can lead us out to lunch at Clover's Green, and then if we can be back here at 2:30, please. Thank you. Yes, please take your personal belongings. That's going to be safest, so don't leave laptops and bags here. Thanks. afternoon, and being far away, maybe there, and it's a long walk to get back here, but let's start. You know, yesterday was intense. There were many presentations and panels, and there were some brave hearts who stayed right till 8 o'clock last night, and there was actually quite a good panel at the end. And really the commissions are supposed to be for us to talk. And if we think about how the minister opened the Lekgotla, she said, this is our Lekgotla. It's time for us to talk, to give our input, and to have discussion and debate. Now, I can easily do it in plenary, and I know we've had some attrition, but I was hoping we could break into 3 groups and do it in a World Cafe style. So if we look at group 1, and if we think about the presentations that Bailey and Corval did, we really have to look at teacher development and issues about models of teacher development, and we have to think about what it's going to take for scaling, and we have to think about scaling and the different contexts. Group 2, Mpumi led that presentation, and that was about vertical horizontal coordination. And she spoke about coordination at a national to province, province to district, and then she even spoke broader, you know, the ecosystem, because there's other players in the system, NGOs, unions, funders, etc. And then the last presentation was the data that's available to us, but the discussion is more about how do we use data to inform decisions, decisions about implementation, but decisions also that teachers can use to take back into their classroom. So will you indulge me and go into groups? Okay. And so that you don't miss out on all the questions, the way a World Cafe starts is you'll start in one group, and there'll be a resource person in that group who will facilitate and will stay in that group. And then when we say move around, group 2 goes to group 1, and the resource person gives some feedback about what happened, and you add if you're coming from group 2 into group 1. So we're going to go, so everyone will get a chance to engage in all 3 discussions, even though there's a lot of interconnectedness. Now that's the only way we're going to be first when we give our report back tomorrow, because we would have engaged, we would have recommendations that we can take back. So I know it's the afternoon, and I said yesterday was long and it's intense, but this is the best way to get engagement. So we're going to have to self-form. Group 1 is there, which is about the teacher training models and the scaling. Let's make group 2 here, and that's about the coordination in the system. And group 3 is about the use of data and assessment data. And there'll be a lead person in each group. And please also appoint a scribe, because whatever notes come out of the groups, we have to feed into the final report. Can the lead persons in the group, let's start off with questions of clarity about the presentations, because we didn't have time to do that. So start off with questions of clarity before we go into discussing our recommendations in each of the different groups. So we'll self-organize. Group 1, if Teacher development and scaling, group 2 here about coordination, national, provincial, district, sectorial, and group 3 about assessment and data and how it should be used. Group 1 is there. Bailey and Corbel will lead, you'll lead this group. Okay. Maureen, are you, because, yeah, Mpumi couldn't stay, will you help us with this group on the coordination? And, yeah, and this group is on data and assessment. Zaline's gonna come. And remember, we'll all get a chance to go through each of the groups. It's 10 to 3. And so we'll take this first round to 3:30. I promise that we'll finish by 5 o'clock. Okay. can I just get a sense check? Because people are very engaged in their specific discussions. We don't have to move around. Just guide me. Do you want to continue in your same group? Or you want to move? You want to get some movement. But it's not compulsory. If you're so engaged in your current group, you can stay. But so if you want to move from teacher development into looking at coordination, move this way and pick up on the discussions. And this group on data assessment, move to teacher development. And your facilitators will bring the others up to speed. Getting up and moving around will help generate some more energy for the discussions. So, Andile, going this way. Can we all round up our discussions so we can have a short plenary to share the recommendations? Okay. This group, you're rounding up. Okay. Okay, you're rounding up. Oh, okay. Okay. Can you? No, we're not rotating. We're just going to have. Okay, can we round up? And I'm going to ask the person who's reporting from each group to come to the front so we share our recommendations. It ran out of time. Hey? I know. Yeah. But we just, yeah. Okay, can we have the three presenters so we have time to engage with the recommendations? When I looked at the commission that started at 12:15, I thought we had so much time. But I promised we'd finish at 5. Unfortunately, we started late. So let's use this last half hour just to hear the recommendations from the three groups. Bailey, are you gonna start? Okay. Or do you want, hey? You ready? You're consolidating. So okay, the, the group facilitators just need 5 minutes. Yeah. Where's Maureen? Where's Maureen? Are you ready? No. No, I think let's just speak to them. I know the team is going to work a little bit afterwards to consolidate for the presentation tomorrow. We don't need a formal presentation, just some sense of the recommendations that came from the group.
Okay, so yeah, I'll have to multitask here. So I think the first thing that we felt is important, it was coming up with proper initiatives that will strengthen system capacity. The first one, we looked at the cascade model, that we believe that is one way of strengthening capacity. And the model goes like as follows. Support subject advisors, support departmental heads, then which ultimately should lead to support of teachers. But there was also a gray area there of departmental heads who are also teachers. So the thinking is that probably we need to use a variated or differentiated approach when it comes to that level, so that we close the gap of curriculum delivery in the classroom. That if you support a departmental head, the assumption is that the departmental head should in turn support the teachers at school level. And we thought that is a working model because there are variations from province to province. There are provinces that do not have enough subject advisors. So as much as we say part of what subject advisors should do is school visit and support, what happens in areas where we don't have enough of subject advisors? Hence the differentiated approach. Provinces like KZN, for instance, who rely much on lead teachers, they need to make sure that those teachers are capacitated so they can provide support. There's the only difference with that is that lead teachers they do not have the privilege of moving around as a subject advisor would. So that also needs to be taken into consideration when we employ the cascade model. The second one was the support of subject advisors, again, in managing the curriculum. That's another model that could be employed to ensure that, again, that should be a varied approach. Technology could be integrated into that because mobility of subject advisors may also be a challenge where there are limitations of kilometers and stuff. So the thinking here is that what is the best and effective way of translating what should be done and how things need to be done versus the factors that we all know that as much as we have subject advisors, they don't have a leeway of just traveling anyhow. And then the last one is circuit managers, a layer that we often neglect. That circuit managers, as much as they are not experts in curriculum, but they do have a role to ensure that there's curriculum delivery in schools, because schools are attached to circuits and they can be better managed by circuit managers. Then there was a question on, a recommendation on AGRA, that few schools use AGRA, and because AGRA has effective tools that could be used to strengthen the implementation of reading. And this came as a result of we would like to also do monitoring and evaluation. So the recommendations are strengthen monitoring, evaluation, or strengthen monitoring, research and feedback. And you need to have effective tools. So we don't need to reinvent a wheel while there are tools that are there, and the AGRA tools could be used. Currently there is around fewer percentages of schools in the country that use the tools, and these are tools that are available and they can be utilized effectively. I think those are the key things. Oh, there was initial teacher education. There is a need that what teachers at higher institutions of learning are trained on aligns to the demands of the system. So we also need to look at that, because currently there's a gap of teachers that come from higher institutions of learning zooming into the system. It's like they are taken by shock of what's happening, and yet these are the people that we rely on to ensure that there's effective curriculum delivery. Hey, now I'm reading on notes. So there's one point which, yes, the use of data. Use of data is very key, because data informs programs that will inform effective curriculum delivery. We currently have international data. We leverage on data from teams and other national or international benchmarks. But when you look at that data, they don't really translate into how a district should improve, because that data doesn't speak to a district, nor the data speak to a circuit. To give an example, which was cited by Harun, was Free State, if I'm not mistaken, were able to determine that as a province they are at 79% in terms of reading, which means they know their target. They can set a target, and that could translate to districts on how a district could improve and so forth. I may have missed something, because I did take notes, but not on everything. Or anyone else from the group who may want to add.
Thanks, Bailey. Maybe just to add, I mean, we did touch on some really core stuff, but we didn't get into the depth of it. So issues around the breadth and the depth of the curriculum that came up as well. And there's other realities in terms of capacitation. If you're looking at starting from districts, how do you deal with those districts who don't even have subject advisors, for example? And then we also noted the some of the training models with the circuit managers to assist with the monitoring side of things, even though they're not the content specialists in maths or in language or in reading. That was one. And then also the issue of dosage. And I think there was overall agreement we need to give our teachers more time for training. And how do we fit that in the year? I think those were core things that we discussed as well. Thank you.
I think we're done.
There'll be a lot of synergy with some of the points you made about evidence and data and what came out of this group. Maureen, are you? Bonnie, you? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Gail, and good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. She's apologizing on behalf of the Commission. Yeah, so I'm just going to quickly go through some of the points that were discussed in our small group. So I am not going to, because you know some of the points are similar to what Bailey has already mentioned, so I won't touch on those. So, and one of the points that came through with regards to issues of coordination is that we know our challenges as a sector, and we know our priorities. We know that we have to focus on literacy and numeracy, but we also need to guide, you know, at implementation level, teachers, so that we have a coordinated approach towards the teaching of literacy and the teaching of numeracy. So there are currently too many programs. Sometimes within the same district, you have one school that is following this program and the other school following a different program. So there is a need to have a common program for teacher training. And of course, common does not mean 100% the same. The programs could be differentiated. Languages are not the same, and therefore an approach to teaching reading and comprehension in one language could be slightly different to teaching reading and comprehension in another language. So that's one of the points that was highlighted, and that as the DBE, we need to ensure that there is proper coordination of the various approaches to the programs that are aimed at supporting teachers and supporting policy implementation. The other point that was mentioned is that we are all working towards a common goal, and therefore it's very important that we set clear benchmarks for literacy and numeracy. And when the benchmarks are very clear, we can always reflect and check whether we are doing well. If nobody knows what the benchmarks are, how are we going to be able to move the needle when it comes to improving literacy and numeracy? And by so doing, we also need to make sure that we capacitate subject advisors. And departmental heads have to be capacitated as well, because these are the people that support teachers in terms of instructional routine. So they must be capacitated so that when they go from the district to the school to support teachers, they know exactly what to focus on. And the support should not only be limited to the one that is provided by subject advisors. There are other district officials, such as your circuit managers. So the kinds of instruments that they use to monitor schools and to support teachers, there should be common elements. And already we've got systems in the sector, such as the QMS, which tell us where teachers need to be capacitated on. Bailey spoke on issues of teacher training. I am not going to speak a lot on those, but what came through very clearly in one of our discussions was the teacher training model pertaining to continued professional teacher development. That when we come up with new programs, very often the sector uses the cascading model, and we need to move away from that and make sure that before we implement any program, every teacher in the system has received training, and they have received the right dosage of training. And in cases where teachers can only be subjected to, let's say, 4 hours of training instead of 12 hours of training, training should take place on a continuous basis. So there must be follow-up. It must be, as the name says, continued professional teacher development. That is how it's supposed to be. Such that teachers don't leave workshops with a lot of gaps, with a lot of lack of clarity, with a lot of unanswered questions. So, those are the kinds of things that must be coordinated. And another point that came through was the disjuncture between, before I get to that one, I think it came very clearly that we know the what of what has to be done. That one is very clear. Policy is very clear. Universities know exactly, what to train teachers on. But what we need to emphasize on, and perhaps also coordinate a lot better, would be the how and why. The needs for the teacher training. We need to clarify that. And also, when we train teachers, teachers become capacitated. Teachers are professionals. They can use their professional discretion. But what often happens in reality is that subject advisors would go to schools and, expect teachers to follow teaching exactly as it is in the workbooks, for example. Nothing wrong with the workbooks. Those are our base. Those are our base. They serve their own purpose. But teachers should also be allowed a professional discretion to be able to develop their own materials that support teaching, that support learning, that support assessment. So that came through. And I think the point about subject advisors and departmental heads monitoring the same elements came out strongly. The same elements should have clear indicators so that the monitoring of programs are aimed towards the indicators that we need to achieve. So you don't want a situation where somebody is monitoring the number of workbooks. Another one is monitoring curriculum coverage. What is the point? So monitoring should be properly coordinated, and because our focus is on literacy and numeracy, the indicators have to be very clear. If a circuit manager is using a different instrument from that of a subject advisor, there must be common elements. The elements have to be the same, and we need to define those elements. We need to come up with those elements that focus on instructional routine. And we know that we've got a number of assessments and studies in the sector. You know, we've got the systemic evaluation, we've got ELNA, we've got regional studies such as your SACMEC and international such as PEARLS. But then how do we measure school readiness? Do we even have a baseline for school readiness? Because ELNA does not, I mean, it's administered on a sample basis, so it doesn't cover all the learners. And therefore, the recommendation that came through here was that there must be a baseline for school readiness, and you know, which should be able to tell us about what learners are able to do when they move into grade R or when they move into grade 1. And such a school readiness baseline should be coupled with a program on perceptual skills. We know that perceptual skills are very important, particularly for the foundation phase. And all of this should actually feed into teacher professional development, because that baseline should be able to tell us where the gaps are, where the challenges are, and professional teacher development programs will then focus on the gaps that exist. In terms of other structures that should be established at local levels, such as professional learning communities, there are several brilliant ideas that were proposed with regards to making professional learning communities vibrant, where teachers have an opportunity to learn from each other, and that if they are not vibrant, if teachers are not provided with resources, unfortunately, and if these structures are not properly coordinated, they become very dormant and teachers don't participate. And we also don't want a system where from the DBE, we micromanage these structures that are established at district, circuit, as well as school level. But there should be a way in which professional learning communities are established, their functionalities determined, and the kinds of resources that have to be shared in professional learning communities can also be identified. And I thought the idea that the winners from the National Teaching Awards competition can then be also used to drive these professional learning communities. And a concern was raised. It's not necessarily, I'm not sure how we can couch that as a recommendation, but a concern was raised about the fact that provinces tend to be audited on PLCs. I hope that I am phrasing this properly. And the recommendation that came through was that well, the reason why provinces are audited on PLCs is because the PLCs have been embedded in the sector plan. And that has proven to be a challenge. And the recommendation that came through was that we need to remove professional learning communities from the sector plan so that provinces don't have to be audited on that. My provincial colleagues, I think, can elaborate more on that. So there was also a proposal mentioned about how we can also leverage on stakeholders as well as partnerships that exist in the sector. We do have different partners at DBE level, at provinces, at district level, but how then should we bring them together so that we avoid a lot of unnecessary duplication at implementation level. And an example was given that in some instances we have inter-provincial meetings. I think we've got structures such as inter-provincial meetings. And if those meetings are set to take place 4 times in a year, out of the 4 meetings, 4 annual meetings, there must be, I think, 2 of the meetings that should actually focus on how the different partners, how they can work together, how they can support each other to avoid a lot of unnecessary duplication. Coordination of continued professional teacher development. I know that I'm not being coherent because, we were not following a particular script. But with regards to CPD, I think I may have mentioned that previously, it should be understood that continued professional teacher development takes place on a continuous basis. It's not a once-off thing. It's not an event. And there was also a concern raised about who prepares our teachers to teach in our classrooms. And an example that was made was that very often lecturers at universities, have PhDs. They have studied up to PhD level, but do they have classroom experience? Is the person who is teaching or preparing teachers for B.Ed foundation phase, have they been in a foundation phase classroom? So that is a concern that has been raised. And I think another concern raised with regards to that is that, because, and this links up with a challenge mentioned earlier about the fact that sometimes you have teachers who are teaching out of context. I think that is how it was described. For example, a teacher who has been trained or who has a B.Ed foundation phase ends up teaching in the intermediate phase. So there is misalignment in that regard. So these are some of the things that may have to be coordinated so that we get a good return on investment, because as government, I think we spend a lot of money on teacher training, but are we getting return on investment? And sometimes it's not that our teachers are not capable, but it is because, you are trained to teach in the foundation phase, yet to get employed to teach in the intermediate phase, or senior phase, or FET for that matter. So those are some of the things that need to be properly coordinated. There was also mention of, assessment. I think I have alluded to that previously. We participate in various international and regional studies. And if you juxtapose our performance in international and regional studies, even with the systemic evaluation, with performance of SBA, our school-based assessment, it's like chalk and cheese. You look at SBA performance across all the provinces in the foundation phase. SBA tells us that our learners are performing at 80%, 90%, sometimes even 100%. But it is not reflecting in PELS. We all know the stress that we had to go through in 2023, explaining why our learner performance is so low in the PELS. So what came out of that discussion with regards to the disjuncture between SBA as well as performance in international tests is the issue of validity. That with SBA, we know that teachers design assessments based on the policy, based on what is in the curriculum. But in terms of international and regional assessments, sometimes learners are being assessed on things that they cannot relate to, things that are outside of their context. So it is the issue of validity that needs to be checked in that regard. I was not alone in capturing these points and inputs, so I'm just going to check if anybody from the people that I was with, if they've got anything else to mention. Lindy, is there anything else? Have I covered everything? We covered. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Thanks, colleagues. Thanks again.
Thank you, Maureen. Samboni is going to talk about from group 3. Oh, was it 2 or 3?
Yeah. Between you being here and you are leaving. So I'll try to be a bit quick on presenting this. Input presentation 3, ne? the utilization of assessment data, which we all know that we draw data from school level, which will be your SBA, which Kitumeti alluded to say it shows that our learners are performing very, very well across all the subjects in the foundation phase, but the quality thereof, because they, across all the provinces, I think they are performing above 80, 90, 100. And the DG will always throw a spanner at us to say, how sure are you that this is a true reflection of the quality thereof? So, indeed, assessment data from different studies, they inform everything that we do at the sector, not necessarily at the Department of Basic Education at the national level, at the sector. So we are trying to respond to those findings from different assessment. I'm starting with the SBA to say the performance shows that they are performing very well. But we know that in that well, there is something very fishy there. So we are trying to address that as well. We have our Thrive by 5 because we are accommodating birth to 5 just before they get into a formal schooling. Schooling at home by parents, which is very formal. And then the ELNA and the SAYS. So the literacy data, we have this as the first recommendation on literacy in particular. That data looked at training in National Reading Literacy Strategy and the benchmarks and the EGRA are established. The reason why we have EGRA and we have established our own benchmarks, both of them, they flow from the findings of the assessment studies to say we need to have our own benchmarks that address our different languages, because previously we'll use benchmarks from English and not taking into consideration that languages are different, African languages are different. So the benchmarks that we have developed, much as we know that Nguni will fall within one language group, Sotho will fall within one language group, English Afrikaans, the conjunctiveness and the disjunctiveness nature of those languages, we just felt that we need to treat each language as is and not based on assumptions. So at least we have empirical data on those benchmarks for all the languages. And maybe just to expand on the EGRA, EGRA, when it was adopted, it was taking care of the 3 criteria, because it was mainly for oral assessment. But it has since evolved to cater for comprehension as well. Like your listening comprehension and reading comprehension, those are the two components that have been added on top of the letter sound recognition, words recognition. Number 3, words correctly read per minute. So it has incorporated the other 2 components just to cater for the comprehension part, which will be your listening comprehension and the reading comprehension. So the recommendation that was made, particularly regarding the EGRA and the benchmarks, is to integrate that to cover the numeracy. So there is a strong recommendation that we need to have benchmarks and then EGRA kind of into mathematics. so that we have a standard. So we need to establish benchmarks, data used to inform the maths improvement program. And this point, much as it wasn't discussed in the group, even when we interact with our subsequent phases like the FET, they will always make a recommendation to say at least in GET they have EGRA, because EGRA is done currently in the foundation phase up to grade 7. So the FET will always complain to say, hey, we also need that kind of a program to improve reading, because our children, when they get into the university, the complaints that we receive to say our children can't read and write at the university level. So hence, at least the proposal that have been made here is to integrate the benchmarks and the EGRA and incorporate that into maths improvement program. And another recommendation that was made is with regard to the awareness and understanding of assessment data. That is only within that sector that it will be shared, but not even within the sector. There will be some levels, like district. When you ask about at district level, they won't know about the PELs. They won't know about the results of the teams. It's like a guru. They will be asking, what is that? So which means it's known mainly at the national level and at PED level, and it doesn't, that kind of data doesn't get cascaded into district circuits, and at school level is worse. They don't know anything about that. So there is a strong recommendation that we need to raise awareness on the understanding of assessment data at all levels. The mediation by DBE and PED to enable utilization within districts is just the reiteration of the bullet that I've just alluded to. And utilization planning at PED, at district, and at circuit, and at school level. At school level targeting the SMT, particularly your departmental heads. And this is what at least we have been emphasizing through the collaboration with NECT on that one, to say we need to get deeper into where it matters most at school level, because we can develop the most beautiful plan, but if it won't walk into the classroom, it's as good as dead. So the other recommendation is on the skills mastery. This one is linked with the recommendation on the numeracy, to say the benchmarks can be used to set targets so that we also establish fluency, not only in literacy, but even in numeracy. Because if you look at literacy and numeracy, maths and languages, those two are married in community of properties. You can't separate the two. Much as maths is in the MST directorate, but you can't separate maths and languages at all. That's why everyone will be talking about improving or prioritizing literacy and numeracy. And the utilization of EGRA used for compliance, frequency to be reviewed, caution to over-assessing, item selection and reuse. The frequency, because provinces are doing that differently. Other provinces are doing it twice in a year. Other provinces are doing thrice, like your baseline, your mid-line and end line. At least with that one, we have incorporated that in the development of the ATP, because EGRA components are incorporated into the development of the ATP for the foundation phase. And then test for learning. This one was raised as a concern to say, and this has been a phenomenon for quite some time, because during the ANA era, teachers will teach to ANA. Teacher will teach to EGRA. That's how we changed the EGRA to say EGRA, anyone who gets into the school to administer EGRA, you need to have your own EGRA toolkit. And it should be an unprepared toolkit, not those that we normally hand them over, because they will teach to those EGRA. Standardized assessment, like baseline, next grade readiness, and endline measuring learners. Coming to the last component, what capacity building and system enhancements are required to data-driven decision making at all levels of the system. I have 3 bullets there, which are the last bullets in conclusion. Quantity versus quality of SBA. The point that I've mentioned up there, to say we need to match the quality of learning activities with the quality thereof, much as we have the Barrett taxonomy, but the unpacking thereof, we need to capacitate different levels, like your PEDs, your district officials, your circuit managers, and even our SMTs on the unpacking of the Barrett taxonomy to ensure that the SBA quality matches the quantity thereof. And then the penultimate bullet will be your National Assessment Framework, GET, with assessment guidelines. Is a point that was raised, and a strong recommendation to say, FET, this is what they have. They have a National Assessment Framework, so we also need a National Assessment Framework for the GET. With an assessment guideline, and the last one will be the unpacking and researching progression and promotion impact. It was a very strong recommendation, that one, to say we need to conduct research on the promotion and progression impact. And that's all from our group. Thank you.
So we've come to the end of our commission discussions. I will not try and summarize right at the end. Suffice to say thank you and an apology again for the late start and the confusion. To presenters, I cut your time, and then presenters, I asked you to be facilitators without much preparation, and then also to report. But there was a lot of cross recommendations that came through every group. So I think we're going to give ourselves a hand. Presenters, facilitators, scribe, and participants. Thank you very much. I'm just going to ask the facilitators and scribes to just stay now for a minute so we can talk about the report back tomorrow. Thank you very much to everyone, and safe travels if you traveling from here, and have a good night if you're staying here.